Not good things are happening. Okay, so this is the 8513. I have it plugged in. I'm trying to do video capture, and for some reason, it's the signal coming into it is super duper hot. Just give me a second. I want to bypass the Extron and make sure it's not going to explode.
At tier 1. They've subscribed for 15 months, currently on a 15-month streak, and says hello. I hope only good things are happening. End of line.
Well, that's weird, because that looks normal. What? Normal-ish. Wait, what? David, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 50 months. I appreciate that. Okay, hold it. Why is it blue? Oh, that's totally normal.
CHER 100. He pressed go live and things are broken. Seems normal. End of line.
Okay, so that's middle. Yeah, that looks that. Oh, why does going through the Extron make it sad? This is gonna be a fun day. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Here, let me do something really quick. Let me check one thing. That's not what I thought would happen. Oh, this is going fantastically. I love this. Cool. All right. I think you know what, let's just win. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, that's video. Over there. What on earth? Okay, well, one moment. Everything is exploding. Okay, let me quickly just, here. Hi, welcome to the stream. Today we're gonna install AutoCAD on an IBM PS2 and do multi-monitor maybe, theoretically, hopefully. Here's the problem, okay? the monitors are going to run at different refresh
Powering
rates.
An entire computer over VGA against CHER 100. End of line.
David, thank you for the 100 bits. The monitors are going to run at 2 different refresh rates. This one will be 43 hertz. This one will be 70 hertz. It will be literally impossible to film it without showing flicker. So I am trying to do double video capture of both displays. And yeah, it ain't going well. So, 43, yeah, because it's 1024 by 768 interlaced. Why are there different refresh rates? Ask IBM. Yeah. Split the difference, have them both flicker, yeah. So I was attempting to set up video capture of this with the laptop and then this one with the Extron. And so far, okay, well now the Extron is just working. Okay, sure, why not? Okay, fine. Not the Extron, the laptop. Now, in theory, I should be able to go sources, and then, you know, let's go to, actually, hold on, you may not be able to.
David Phantom says you're right, I teach my not CHER 100. End of line.
I'm trying to add HDMI capture using a garbage USB HDMI capture thing from my laptop. One moment. Okay, apparently garbage HDMI capture is garbage. Who would have guessed? It's gonna be complicated. All right, well, if we can't do that, that means, hi, I'm gonna have to figure out how to connect the laptop the HD Vision, the Vision HD4 to do HDMI input through the data path card. Let me get a flashlight. Oh my gosh. For the record, no, I can't. I was gonna say, this is being this is a way harder problem to solve than I thought it would be. I gave myself time to work on this morning, and I did not give myself enough time. So, okay, I'm pretty sure, yes, I do have HDMI cables connected to this. You know what would be smart is if I used the HDMI ports that are on the back of the rack to connect them. So instead, I'm just gonna directly connect it so that I end up wigging out all of the HDMI routing again, because that sounds better.
Besopman says CHER 100 Shelby. Why do you make these projects so difficult for yourself? End of line.
Spice of Mud, thank you for the 100 bits. Because I've kind of come to a realization that
CHER 100. I approve of this thing cosplay. End of line.
I've come to the realization that apparently my lot in YouTube is to do the vintage computer equivalents of like challenge runs in video games where you pick something that seems extremely difficult and stupid, and why would you do that? And then I do that, but it's with old computers. All right, let's see if we can figure out video source for this now. Vamptonius, yeah, that's not even close to how this works. Wait, you weren't doing that on purpose? No, I really was not. Somehow, that was never how I thought about this. Okay. All right. You know what? Maybe if I do it, fine. I'll do it on. Oh, that was interesting. I'll just do it on the main scene. Whatever. Okay. Add source. Video capture device. So one of these, in theory, may or may not have video signal. And the answer is not. Actually, I'm not seeing anything from the data path. That ain't right. Oh, I wanted to shout this out. I think someone did a super chat on YouTube yesterday, and I totally missed it. My apologies. YouTube chats get integrated, but I don't have the YouTube super chats integrated, so I don't hear them. So my apologies. But I very much appreciate that. Portizo, I got. No, I don't think I've ever had to do weird LS or mod probe stuff for the data path. I think I just, that's only the GPIB adapter. Hold on, let me see if VCS works at all. Do I even have VCS on here? I have to. Data path, VCS. Okay. This is not the awesome app image one. I would have to go find that on Discord, unless it's just in the regular downloads folder. Hold on, let me just look. No, okay. Hold on, I'm gonna go on Discord, because I know someone compiled it and then put it into an app image for me. No, someone did it on the Discord server. Didn't we do the work to make Super Chats work? Remember we were looking up the currency codes for it? I don't know. I don't remember. Okay, hold on. VCS. For leave. Oh, they have it in a Nextcloud. Uh-oh. Let's see if it's still going to be there. They do still have it there. Thank you. Okay, downloading the app image. Somehow I already had it downloaded. What? Was it because it was called Data Path and I was too blind? I was looking for a V. Yeah, oh my gosh. It's one of those days, apparently. Okay, data underscore VCS path. Okay, I've got VCF running here. Control panel. Okay, let's see. Will any of the... You know what? I didn't actually check if the laptop's even outputting video. Let me go do that real quick. Okay, if this... You know what? Screw it.
David Phantom said wait which VCF East or West CHEER 100 end of line.
Hold on. Not replica. Hold on, KDE's being extremely stupid. Oh my gosh. Ah, gotcha. Okay. One moment. We're almost there. I almost have a viable solution. It's close. We're nearly there. Source projector. Okay. Okay, here we go. And boom. All right.
65 raiders from Black Simon have joined. And the line.
Black Simon!
Says DHDER 100-YEAH. KDE needs to be compiled with the -DO-NOT-BE-STUPID flag, and no one ever does. And the line.
Black Simon and Raiders, hello and welcome. Today, what we are doing is using an IBM PS2 Model 70. Okay, this is an MCA machine, so it doesn't have ISA or PCI slots. And I have installed in it a proprietary IBM 8514 video card. This outputs 1024 by 768 interlaced video to a display, and in this case I have a Magnavox monitor over here displaying that. This monitor though is also connected to the machine, and if I end Windows 3.1 over here, we can see that the display is being mirrored to both of them. I am attempting to set up AutoCAD R11 here in such a way that it can do multi-monitor. We should be able to have the command line over here and then the CAD drawings over here. However, the complication that I did not anticipate until like 5 minutes before I went live today was that the interlaced video output over here runs at 43 hertz and the DOS mode console line is going to be 70 hertz, and it will be impossible and flickery, kind of like this, to film. So what I'm trying to do is, I just kind of got it set up to the point where I will be able to have the camera pointed here at this monitor, and then I will just fix the refresh rate here. I believe 318 is correct-ish. And then that won't flicker as much, and then I can just pop on over to this to show video capture of the other monitor so that I don't have to deal with the flickering stuff, because it's going to be a horrendous nightmare. So I just got that set up so that I can now actually continue on with today's topic. I am going to fine tune this, so it looks like we're getting a little bit over. It might be a little under. Let me try 318.5. 318.5. This is degrees shutter angle. So it can be difficult to tell what is working. That monitor seems to be a little more obvious. Let me try 319. Actually, I'm going to try 320 and see which direction that goes. So the stripe is bigger, I want to say. Have both monitors and frame and digitally overlay the capture left one. That's kind of what I'm thinking I'm going to do. 317 is better. Okay. 315 better. 314 getting really close. 312. Ooh, it's really, really, really close now. 310. That'll do. Okay. So it should be the same over here because they're getting the exact same video signal. Yep. Okay. It was just easier to tell on the other one. How about adding motion blur? Because that's just not how it works. That never works out like you would think it would, because you would need more, you'd need like 10 frames of total image to be able to blend it all together, just with the way that the flicker ends up working. The flicker is really, really bad. David, thank you for the 100 bits from earlier. And Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, so I think we can actually begin here now. Let me get recording drives plugged into everything. I'm going to use the big drives, the 2 terabytes, if I can find them. That would be these. Okay. I did not have a chance to wipe these all, so allow me a moment to do this. But yeah, I've tried to do the frame blending. It just doesn't work. I really wish it would work, but it does not. Invite us all over so you can see it in person. Yeah, that doesn't work either. Hold on, I need to clean off my labels. I don't know where that ended up. Also, real quick, let me just click the phase button over here. Boom, and I'll need to do that again. We'll boot Windows in a moment, and I will make sure that the phase is aligned on that as well. Okay. Oh man, hopefully you guys' days are going well. Despite the last minute complication, I'm pretty happy with how today went so far. I mean, it's like 10:30 for me. It's not like it's late, but things are moving along. Okay, I had trash over here and then I got rid of it. Okay. It's one thing I've learned not to take shortcuts on. I have tape on all my drives that I legend now. So PS2 dual. This will be face. Has not yet detected the drive. Oh, that'd be because I plugged it into the ATEM. The APOT for the text uses 51 and 51. Jobbed. Persistence security is enough to make up for most flicker. So it's VGA, not MDA. That's what is unique about this setup. Almost all other solutions for this are MDA. And that's why this is weird. In theory, we could actually have 3 monitors connected to this thing. But we'd have to have MDA for PS2 somehow, which I don't think is going to be a thing. This is ATEM. So for no flicker, we just need to be able to capture least common multiple of, yeah, exactly. All things are possible if he gave IBM enough money. Yeah. It's bad enough that we're going to be cheating to get the discs on here because it doesn't have a 5¼ drive. This is the ARM drive. There we go. Okay. Okay. So that's finished formatting. Move this to here. Don't say that too loud or too time to make an MDA card. Hellencroft. So I have been cleaning the office this weekend, and I was planning on doing a mail video as the next video. I don't think your package is going to be here in time. So what I am thinking is I'm going to film the mail video as normal, and then I'm just going to include yours after the fact in that video. I think that will be the easiest solution. So it should be in there, but it won't be like perfectly integrated. Kind of why I gave you internal, external floppy cable. 99. Let me double check that. So I have something else that is not that, that is extremely cursed. And I don't remember if this was equally cursed. Yeah, this is, I think it's equally cursed. Now we go, got an email, package left country, okay. I mean, here's the thing. I literally have it all set up over there with the globe and the labels stripped down, and I've already filmed putting all the pins on the globe and the address labels. So I just have to open everything. Because I'm trying to film that video first to get it done, and then if this ends up being a horrendous nightmare, I'm not stuck for 2 months again. Okay, let's just double check this, Lucky Bob, real quick. So this is the one, focus. This is the one you sent me. And then the other one was something I honestly forgot I had until I was cleaning up. So we'll look at that in a moment. But yeah, so it is the 37-pin external floppy interface. But unlike the PS2, no, the 5150 one, unless, oh, no, okay, I understand. So there's an adapter. This disconnects all the evil, monstrous power pins, right? So it won't murder a drive, because the other one I've got, so I have the external tape interface doodad one here. So this came with the computer. I have no idea what the wiring pinout is for this one, if they're the same or what. It should disconnect powers, the external one should have its own. Okay. So I don't know if this also disconnects power. This one allows you to keep an internal drive connected, I think. I don't know. Oh, man, PS2 stuff's so weird. So you're saying this one should disconnect power. All right. So well, that's mildly spooky. It had a run-in with something Bernie. Just want to make sure. Yeah, I don't think anything's shorted. The insulation might be damaged, but I think it's fine. Measure each pin for power. Oh, that's gonna be, there's like a lot of pins on there. It's almost like maybe, I don't know, 35, 37. I don't know, who would know? There's no way to know. One moment. You guys remember this drive from when we made the external floppy adapter interface? Because the answer is no, you don't. This is a different one. This is part of the mail video that will be coming up. But hey, look at that. It's a doohickey majigger. So, I think this could work. Wait, this needs power. Never mind. Okay, back to the box. Good, I'm glad that it wasn't going to work for this, actually. I'm glad it didn't work, because the answer ultimately is no matter what, we have to go GoTech. So this all kind of doesn't matter. We're just going to go GoTech and have it internal. Is that a SCSI connector? No, it's 37 pin floppy. I do actually have a 37-pin cable. So yeah, quitter. Wesley, I am probably the least quitter person for that floppy drive on the planet, because I literally made a grease weasel adapter for it, which is what I will be doing with that one. I'm just gonna, I don't know, do I have more of those PCBs around here maybe?
Subscribed at tier 3. They've subscribed for 42 months. And says, where is the GUI on that computer? End of line.
There you go. Now it's gonna flicker horrifically though. Enjoy, you wanted this. Enjoy what your GUI looks like. All right. Yeah, let me just real quick look, because I think I might have them over here. Not that it really matters. No, they're not there. Where are they? There they are. This is the box. This may or may not have the PCBs. Ah, God, there's some stupid Coleco Atom PCBs. No one wants that. All right. Okay, I don't know where they went, because I definitely know I didn't just order one. Dogface, thank you for the 42 months. 32 is 42 months of tier 3 sub. Holy moly. Thank you so much. More of an ounce than a proper flicker, though. It's so bad that the camera can't even focus on it. There we go. Release Atom PSU files? They are already released. If you want one, go make one. Have one of the Cumulus drives as a cable if you need a quick sanity check on anything. So, Lucky Bob, I actually have a video on my channel, the main channel, where I made an adapter to plug that Cumulus drive directly into a grease weasel to power. Or actually, I didn't power it. I didn't think about, I think I couldn't steal 12 volts from the grease weasel. That's why I didn't do it. Anyway, but I made a full grease weasel 360K setup for someone, but that particular drive happens to be a 1.2 meg drive, which is why it would have been applicable for this, but not with that nonsense. All right. You know, as fun as the wallpaper is, it's actually not going to be the best idea to have that on here for the video, so let's get that removed real quick. Also, display 8514. Oh, that's so awesome to see. Okay, so control panel. And then desktop. And then pattern. Boxes? I don't know what the pattern is. Me. Oh gosh, how about none? Give me just 50% gray. That's so boring. Okay. Wallpaper. How do I unset wallpaper? Is that actually an option? Uh-oh. Oh, okay, here we go. None. Okay. Yeah, but it's still 50% gray. That's so lame. Hold on. Edit pattern. Wait, solid color isn't an option? Okay, boxes, edit pattern. Oh my gosh. Why is it just gray? Oh, that's horrendous. Oh no, ow, no. Not with the flicker. Oh my gosh, it's so bad. Oh. The color can be changed in a different control panel. Maybe it's 50% gray. Nope. Oh, that would be horrendous to look at. Absolutely not. Oh, that's right. It's part of the theme, isn't it? I don't think it's color. No, it is color. So we can go back here, edit color palette. I mean, I was going to set it to 08080, but I could do. No, I'm gonna set it to that. Okay. There we go. No, that's wrong. Yeah, there it is. Perfect. Okay. All right. It doesn't matter because we're not actually going to see this for the rest of the video, so. No purple from me? No, I wanted it to be the Windows color. Let me grab my very depressing coffee. All right. Let's get this cleaned up. Vamptonius, I am not sure what you were asking. You can pretend you're on anti-3, but yeah. Okay. Solaris purple would be amazing. Actually, a nice lilac would work, but I'm kind of serious. We're not going to end up running Windows in this. So, it doesn't really matter. Okay. I'm just trying to get all the T's crossed and the I's dotted here. We're gonna start this project proper here. Whoop. There we are. Ugh. Okay. Solid color except for a stripe. Almost went top bottom left side of the screen. Oh, that I have no idea. Maybe it's an interlacing artifact. I'm not sure. This is a total random tangent here. I was looking through some of the stuff that Wesley gave me that I'm going to be including in the mail video. I had no idea these were in there, or at least I forgot if you did show them to me directly. These are the most insane floppies I have ever seen. White jacket with screen printing on them. Dude, these are incredible. And there are so many of them for some reason.
100 for the days when software arrived, and you could put your feet up on the box. End of line.
They're so cool. I'm not going to be able to get away with not imaging one of those to put on archive.org. They're so cool. Pulling up next to the CED on the wall, but it's a white wall with a white floppy. I'd have to put it over the CED. And then you still probably won't even be able to tell. They'll think I just punched a square hole out of the center of the CED, which probably isn't a bad idea. That way no one ever tries to play it. Oh, you know what? I forgot. Hold on. We're going to launch Windows one more time. You can only use this if you have a jacket with shoulder pads. Good news, I do. Oh, did I not take a picture of it? I did not. Oh well. Solaris purple. No. Quarterback purple. Ah. Oh, that is rough, Majenko. Wow. What was I going to do? Oh, I was just going to go over here and click phase. That was it. It looks pretty okay, but I'm still just going to do it. Boom. That's, yeah, fine. Okay. I just wanted, that does actually, like, it kind of looks like water rippling, like you're looking through a pool. You know, I just wanted to make sure that the phase was good on that. Man, that looks fantastic, dude. Video capture can be fun. It can also be a horrendous nightmare, but it can be fun. Okay. Yes, and Windows session. All right. Trying to think about how I want to do this. You know what? Yeah. Okay. I think I'm ready to do some recording. This is going to be a complicated video, but I really don't want it to be one that I like script and post do. So let's just get it right the first time, everyone. Okay, take your places. Let me go turn off the light in the background so I don't have that being weird. It's like 50%. I don't want people looking back there and complaining about stuff. And 50%, it's a completely different color. And if I white balance to the subjects in focus, then it looks even more yellow back there and it looks awful. All right. Wait for the camera to mellow out. That's a secret. It never mellows out. Okay. Unless you're going to tell me that every 30 seconds, DZAC, you can just give up now. Okay, here we go.
And
record.
100, get it right. A one-shot take. Who do you think you are? Tom Scott. End of line.
How many times do you think he does a one-shot take? All right. Hello there. Today I have a, oh my gosh, it's another PS2 video. Here's the thing. Let me redo that. After getting the machine set up and working with the scanner, I was left with a computer that has an 8514 video card in it that can connect to a different display. Here's something I did not cover in that video though. I did mention that it passes through 640 by 480 video, but the thing is, the video on the motherboard always stays active and it's always outputting, but it also stays available when you start to run the 8514, which is used by other applications to run in high-res mode. So in this case, I'm now running Windows, and you can see that the internal video card is not displaying anything. Now, where this gets particularly interesting is that the 8514 does not use the standard VGA address range to be accessed, and everything you can do in VGA is still possible on the second display, which is where this comes in. This is AutoCAD R11 for DOS. Specifically, it is the 3D6 version, and this can use the 8514 and the internal VGA card to do multi-monitor. There we go. Fix it in post? I don't know what you're talking about. What if you open a DOS window inside Windows and full screen that? It's just going to full screen on here. Oh, no, actually.
They've subscribed for 11 months, currently on 11 months streak.
That is weird. That is super weird. Thrasher, thank you for the tier 1 sub, and for 11 months you're into the more complicated ones to count. 11 months there. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. And then exit. Why does it clear it? One of these is very cranky. Hold on. It's this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. So one thing I am constantly aware of and concerned about with this setup with 1024 768 interlaced and the 640 by 480 monitor. No, it's not a bad solder joint. No, 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 no. It has started feeding the wrong sync rate to this monitor. So I'll turn this back on briefly. And I want you to look along the edge. No, I can't do it. Wait, here we go. Look here. It's sending it the wrong sync rate. Somehow, the wrong sync rate is bleeding through to the internal video card. What if I kill this?
Matt Jenko Tech says it's not a bad solder joint, it's a bad streamer. CHEER 100.
Back to normal.
End of line.
Midjago, thank you for the 100 bits. Why does it need its own port? I don't know. It wasn't sending out 8514 video. It was sending out maybe the sync rate? I don't know. Might be the oscillator free running. We can test that by unplugging, but I'm pretty sure that it natively, because here's the thing, this does not have a PLL for multi-sync. It's just one sync rate. So that's no video, which also there's so much burn invisible. And then when I plug it in, which, you know, I cannot in good conscience do with the computer on. I shouldn't have even unplugged it. VJ is not hot swappable, for the record. What happens if I connect a multi-sync monitor there? The thing is that, oh, I forgot to turn this off. The thing is it should be impossible for any different sync signals to come out of this. There literally isn't anything on this that should be able to change it. But yeah, that's the thing. Sync backfeeding is maybe it? I don't know. Time to scope it out? I really literally don't care enough. Like, I just know. All right, now I can turn this on. I mean, yeah, Paul Guy, but what I'm saying is, I guess technically it probably has some kind of PLL to actually match the clock that's coming in, but it does not have the ability to sync to multiple refresh rates. So like, there's one refresh rate that it wants to sync to. Yeah, DDO Paz, as far as I can tell, it did. All right. This is a bonus problem that I just encountered. So here we are running DOS. Both monitors are displaying the same thing. I'm going to run Windows, and then I'm going to run a DOS command prompt from within Windows, and that will change how this is working somehow. So Windows displaying fine on the 8514. I run the MS-DOS prompt, which for some reason displays to both. I did not know that was how the Windows DOS prompt worked, especially since I can do this. But when I exited this, this gets sent a different sync rate than it should, and it actually is making a horrible noise. So I don't know what video signal is being sent back out over the internal VGA port, but this is something that I'm going to be cognizant of while I am working today, because yeah, that's, now it's happy, but that is not right, man. Okay. It's making a horrible noise when you alt-tapped. I couldn't tell. It's very high-pitched and very quiet, so it's difficult to tell, especially while I'm talking. Find a better monitor. We're just gonna move on. Actually, we can shut all this off for right now. I mean, I can hear it when I stop talking. When I'm talking, it's way louder than it. Just need older ears, you won't be able to hear it, yeah. One moment here. Coffee. All right, AutoCAD R11. This was something that took me forever to find, and it is super cool. I actually have a different video project planned that I wanted to use this with initially, but this is too cool of an opportunity to pass up, and I don't want to get sick of the PS2, put it away, and then never do this. So AutoCAD, here is a massive package with a it's a very complicated piece of software. This is the manual for everything you can do in this. But that isn't the book that we want to look at, because we want to look at this one, which is the DOS Installation and Performance Guide. I don't know why I keep stopping the recording. I should really just let it roll for a little bit here. All right, and just for Desiac, I'm going to start right now while it's still wobbling. Actually, having that right there kind of looks cool. Now, this guide will tell us how to get the software up and running, but if we look at the index, we can see in the back that there is a specific mention for, you know what, we're just going to go here, for the 8514A IBM card. And this is notated on page 104. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. Compact 3 plasma display? Dude. That's EGA. And here it is, the IBM PS2 8514A display adapter. Now, in order to get this working, I'm going to need to get a couple more files. HDI load, the fonts that it needs, and we're going to need to configure this to use this in a very specific way. AutoCAD works by having a graphical window and then a command line that you can type into. And with this, we should be able to break off the command line onto a separate monitor so that we can have an extremely high resolution CAD workspace and then our full command history available on the other monitor. So that's what I'm hoping to achieve here, but we have some work we need to do to be able to set this up. But even this isn't the extent of what we need to do, because the real issue is this copy of AutoCAD was released on 1.2 megabyte, 5 1/4 inch discs. The PS2 line was launched in, hold on, the disc is disappearing. The PS2 line was launched in 1987 and used the 3.5 inch floppies that were starting to come out in around 1983 in the home computer environment. So it's 4 years after these kinds of discs were available in the market. And these weren't even the first machine to use them in the PC line. The IBM PC convertible was. But 5 1/4 inch discs still reigned supreme. So this was a problem if you bought one of these machines to be able to get your software onto them. And this was something I actually didn't cover in the original PS2 video because IBM did have solutions. There were external 5¼ inch drives that you could get for these machines, and then there are cables that you can plug into the floppy backplane that extend the port out to one of your slots on the rear in order to use those. But I don't have one of those. So today what we're gonna do is we're gonna run a GoTech through an adapter. This is also from ZZXIO, by the way, that allow us to emulate the 1.2 megabyte drive that you could have got through this. There's also a good reason to do this though. AutoCAD is kind of annoying because the disks that it has here, there is a installation disk that you'll have to configure, and it registers the software by writing over the disk with your information. So this copy actually was already registered and someone else's name is permanently written to my startup disk for this software, which is pretty annoying. Now, the reason that that's important is I also happen to have, no, I don't have it over here. There it is. The Windows extension for AutoCAD R11, which is also on 1.2 megabyte floppies. And these have not been written to. So if we end up trying the Windows version, I'm going to want to run a disk image and have it right over the disk image instead of my real disks. All right, that'll work for now. No, unfortunately, the name's just going to be in there. Here's the thing. On the one hand, people will be weirdos and they'll try and look up the person who previously owned this, and there's nothing I can do about that. On the other hand, they sold it. So it's on them. Or maybe they didn't sell it. Maybe they died and their family sold it. I don't know, but I'm going to go with it's not on me if it gets shown on stream. I don't think it's going to get shown on stream or camera. I don't remember. But I will try and avoid it. All right. Again, the only reason I will have to edit it in post is because weirdos will try and like look the person up or contact them or whatever. That it's the frustrating truth. Normally, it just would not matter. Okay. One of my copies of Lotus 123 is registered to Cole Board's planning department. See, that would be cool, but no, this is just some dude. All right, we'll get this installed first because then we can use that to sneakernet files over. Well, actually, I'm just gonna pull the card out of the back. Who am I kidding? That's so much easier. All right, let's start off by getting the GoTech installed, and we will configure the PS2 BIOS to pretend that it is a 1.2 megabyte floppy drive. Yep, you have to do reference disk nonsense every time you change any piece of hardware in this. I am going to complain about that in this video. Although this one is perhaps the most fair because there's no way to know what kind of drive it is without configuring the BIOS, so. All right. Now, I already actually used this for the video on setting up the PS2. I just didn't talk about it because it was a stepping stone in the whole long, dumb saga of getting this machine working. But I do know that this works perfectly fine.
They subscribed for 15 months, currently on a 15-month streak, and says this month on Tech Tangents. Cursed PS2 machines showcasing terrible engineering, severe evidence of executive meddling, attempts at creating a walled garden, and more. Offer not valid in Canada. Product ships on 2-inch floppy disks. Contact manufacturer for alternate media. Required relative humidity. 40 TO 70%. Sponge not included. Reverse engineering may be required to unlock complete functionality. Subject to an unmentioned license agreement. Read infirm with. End of line.
Taterscapes, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 50 months. I appreciate that. All right, so I do have to pop out the drive blinking plate for the other side, and I do know that it is possible to 3D print a faceplate for the Gotek to have this look nicer, but I'm not leaving this in here, so I don't really care. We're just gonna have this exposed like that for the duration of the video. Look at it in all of its wobbly... Stupid Desiac, why'd you have to talk about it? Now I'm focusing on it too much. There's nothing I can do. It's just gonna wobble. Again, there is literally nothing it can do about it. It's just going to wobble. Like, look at it. It's still wobbling. That's just how it is.
Chlorocoon says CHEER 100. It's all his ex fault. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, really? I can wait, huh? Let me just wait. I'm waiting. Oh, I killed one of my lights. Wait, what happened? Which one? What? Ow. Chloe, if I didn't say it, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. Yeah, it's blue and yellow. Oh my gosh, that one's so bright. Wait, what on earth? These just went dimmer. Oh, the batteries are dead in my remote. Let me just give them the old recharge spin. Oh, these are cranky. Batteries are dead again. Let me spin them one more time. That's not right. Let's see. Should the remote get the good batteries or the terrible, stupid batteries that are the ones that are in it that have already died? I think we know what the answer is. Okay. I'm not sure exactly what's going on here, but watch this. So, I've got the remote here, and I'm going to adjust these. Okay, we're going down, and then it gets brighter. And I'm just going to keep going down, and then it changes color balance or something, and then I'm going to keep going down, and then it's off. And I'm gonna go up, 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 and then it went down. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. GUI, Dogface, you're the one who uses Windows as a GUI that's all white themed. Don't give me that. Oh, that's flickering bad. I think these lights just died. At least the front one. Okay, so this is really confusing me. How is it the front ones that are the only ones with this problem? The two back ones are fine. They don't share a power supply. Oh, that one behaves differently. Wait a minute. Now this one just doesn't ever become yellow. Hold on, let me try changing the color balance. Well, those are way different back there. This one's like super yellow. Oh my gosh, what on earth? Let me max them out to one side and then walk them back. Maybe they change color balance like by steps? We on a tech tangent? No, we're on I might be buying lights. Okay, right now they're all looking kind of the same. I'm gonna bring them down. Oh, nope, something just changed there. Hold on, let me watch it. Should just be getting more yellow. Okay, well, yellow's not even turning on this one. Wait a minute. Okay. Cool. All right then. That's cool. I don't really have an answer to that. Disconnect the power supply. Yeah, it didn't really help anything. So for comparison, you can see this one back there, full light. All LEDs are on, as opposed to this one where the yellow ones are basically off. Dude, I hate dual color panel lights. They're so terrible. They're not designed for running both sets of lights all the time, but if you don't run both sets of lights, you don't get good CRI. All right, well, and now it's all dark in here. Great. Never mind that camera clearly showing it's not. Now it's dark. Now we have to live in a cave. Yeah, a month with a soldering iron to fix that. Yeah, it's one of the few devices where it's literally not worth your time to try and fix it. That is purely a pick and place only product. Maybe buy lamps designed for that. Here's the thing, like genuinely, I wish I could. They just don't make them. There are very few panels available that are normal color spectrum.
End of line.
Spooky. Thank you for the 100 bits. Reef lights don't have as many LEDs? Yeah. Okay. where was I? What do other people who record do? They have bigger lights that aren't mounted to their ceilings. That directly light the, so this is the solution. But here's the thing, if I turn off the rear lights, now you can't see anything because it's all backlit. However, the front looks fantastic. So generally what you do is you control your lighting and you don't set up a situation where you have to have two lights pointed directly at each other. This setup that I do is unique, completely, as far as I'm aware, in a lot of ways. The camera arm, totally unique. The lighting, where I'm fully lighting this work area in the, like, talking head A camera space, it's just, yeah, there's no real good solution. It's part of why it's always a huge issue with reflections on top of the surfaces that I'm trying to film here. So this looks so bright because you're seeing it directly reflecting this light right here. There's no solution for that. Sure, I could put a CPL on there and that would cut it down somewhat, but it would also reduce the stops of light from this side that has to be lit from somewhere else. So it's a difficult problem to solve. So what I do is I have a lot of small lights back here individually pointed to all of the different areas as far up out of view of that camera as possible so I don't get glare. You're bad, now you're worse, yeah. So, there is an option. It's kind of a pain. I can grab this one. I don't know, can I set this up off camera? Will this actually work? Let's see. Maybe I do that. It kind of works. There's nothing at Walmart that could be used to solve this. Oh, this sucks, because now when I look this way, I'm blind. Yeah, this also doesn't work, because now if I step in front of this, well, no, I'm able to top light it well enough. Well, the industrial ant, I know I could do it, because I have literally my whole setup is basically remote streaming anyway, so that's not a problem. The problem is doxing. So, and I'm not going to be a weirdo walking around. I mean, Walmart is obviously not the answer for filming lights. Yeah, torch out of my shit. Unfortunately, I don't think this is acceptable. It's a perfect place for doing a normal IRL stream. We are doing a normal IRL stream right now. Yeah, these are the kind of things that I generally have to buy online. Like, I will be placing a BH photo order, most likely, for this time. Dude, that sucks. I mean, one thing I could do is swap the two backlights, which seem to be doing better for some reason with the front lights, but then the back wall is going to be really dark and it's going to look weird. Vamptonius, there are light fixtures built into the ceiling. I just don't use them. Like, I could even turn that light on here. I just never do. Because look at how yellow that is. No. There's a CRI of 1. So for the record, the problem that we have is this. It's not that you can see the shadow, it's that the backlight is much stronger than the front light now. It's usually at least a little stronger, but it's not this strong. This might, I guess might actually be fine. Now, LCD monitors do not have the kind of CRI you think they do. It's not acceptable. I have one down here. I built, you can go find a video or stream or something where I took apart an LCD panel. They suck inside. It's not acceptable. So, I know it, I mean, literally here. This is what you're asking about. These suck. The color on this is horrible. They rely on color balancing in the panel to make it not garbage. The light being emitted looks brown. Yeah, exactly. M Center does have studio lights. Let me put it this way. That would end the stream. I am not streaming while driving. First off, that's against Twitch terms of service. And that would be the remainder of the time. Do I have Windows? That's not, no. All right, well, we're gonna have to continue on with the lighting being weird. I really don't want to have to order replacements, but oh well. Yeah, DZ, I don't know that, good Lord, the just garbage sponsor emails constantly from the same people over and over again. I'm just going to look up how much I spent on these lights last time. So these are, how do you spell newer? That's right, newer. No, it's not as bad as I thought. The panels are $70 each. I would just replace all 4 of them at this point. There's also the possibility it's just the power supplies that are bad, but the power supplies are 15 volt, 5 amp, and I know for a fact that they're weird connectors. Oh wait, no, it might be 5.5 millimeter barrel jack. Huh. Go for it. Yeah, the computer works. That part's not the problem we're having right now. Think how much they're cooked by now? Yeah, I'm thinking this is the other thing. If I replace these, I should probably get bigger ones. So, again, expensive. Sanity, actually, buying one extra would be a bad idea. And the reason I'm going to replace all 4 of them is the same reason. these are all going to be worn some amount just from being on for, 3 billion hours or whatever. And I won't want to have like one of them be suddenly way brighter than the others. It's the same problem as I suddenly have one that's way dimmer than the others. So if I replace one of these with a brand new one, that one would outclass all the others, then the color balance would be difficult to attain. So I need to get just new lights that are all the same color, unfortunately. Similar burn-in with OLED. I mean, literally, it's exactly the same. Yes. The individual pixels are depleted, essentially, from being on constantly. So, well, I could... How are they attached? Unfortunately, I think they're attached with direct screws. Yeah, so that's not as easy. I could swap the panels. It's more that I don't want to do that right now because it's kind of a pain in the butt. So, yeah. All right. Here's the deal. This video is mostly focused on software and displaying video on the computer. So, physicality in the real world doesn't matter as much. And if anything, having the front be slightly dimmer when I'm going to have to film the CRT isn't the worst thing. So, we're just going to continue with this project for now with the bad lights. And then we'll figure it out later.
CHER 100. If moving the panels is a pain in the butt, then I think you may have mounted them wrong. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits.
CHER 100.
Oh, gosh.
If removing the panels is a pain in the butt, I don't want to know where you are holding the screwdriver. End of line.
Chloe, thank you. Here's the thing. I've been trying to think about what lighting solution I've wanted back here for a while. This is now forcing my hand. That's the real problem.
100 dot is a joke about your butt dot. End of line.
Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. All right. Let's go get the flash drive loaded up with all the AutoCAD stuff. One moment, I just have to go get the flash drive. Doink. All right. I pressed the wrong sets of buttons here. Actually, I think I can cheat. And I can do webcam. Boom, there we go. That'll work. Why did that change on my way over? Bad computer. Okay. Okay. So this is the flash drive that we will be using with the GoTech, and here are the AutoCAD files. Now we could use... Nextcloud did not properly zip this. That explains why it was only 14 megabytes. Size pending. All right. Let's do this a different way. Hold on, let's do archive, CAD. Okay. One moment. SSH. You know what the fun thing is here? I can actually show this, and you guys can't do anything about it. Ha 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 ha. Oh, it's actually the wrong IP. Why is this not working? Yeah, unless you got a WireGuard connection into my server, DZ, that ain't happening. Actually, into my router, but... Well, now it's not working. What? Oh. It's become one of those days. Remember how I said this morning was going well? That sure has changed, huh? Okay. So, I want these two folders. Actually, I really just want this, but we might as well grab both of them. So, on my server, at this path is this directory. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cd it's AutoCAD, because I can spell real good. There we go. And just ls, there we go. That's everything I need. du-h 500 megs. Oh, it's gotta be huge, of course. All right, fine, whatever. So let's take this, boom, quit out, do this, and that to here. Wee, so much fun. Diego, I'm running the default wallpaper. I really don't care what it looks like. The good news is it's not actually slow. Was it 1.3 megabytes per second? While I'm streaming 3.5, that was on a text file. That was not small. Oh, that was on the, what was that on? Yeah, that was on the image. So the connection speed's actually pretty good. I know 3.5 seconds or that's 4 megabytes per second, not even megabits. It's actually not too bad. Diego, what I'm saying is I just leave it as it is. Yeah, I would say that's respectable for LTE while I'm streaming. Consider that I'm also sending 3 megabits per second of video to the server. Also, think about this. The stream is still fine, I presume. Nothing's choking and dying. That's pretty good. I don't think we could do that before. Do I miss Sponge Wi-Fi yet? My data cap's 100 gigs. We actually don't get that close to it. I intentionally leave some overhead. So right now, we're at 70 gigs. And it will reset before next weekend streams. So, it'll be fine. So I am intentionally not streaming at the maximum quality that I could for reasons like this, or downloading a Ubuntu ISO because I need to update or install to something. So yeah, 4K 60 when? Can you even stream that to Twitch? And Salvage Geek, hello. Office fiber when? It's not up to me. So I can't tell you when. As soon as there is a company available for me to give money to for that, I will. Paul Guy, it's a balance. So. Well, Q, I actually don't know if they will let you stream at 4K. I know it was only fairly recently that I think they allow you to stream at 1440p on Twitch. I don't know about YouTube at all. Yeah, DC, I get it. Redeem credit 10x, do anything? Yes, but it's for the NTF game. So if you see on stream, some people have a photo of a computer next to their name because they have adopted that computer in the NTF game that you can play. So you can do exclamation point NTF to get a link to know more about that. At least I think it will tell you. It's been a little while since I set that up. Looks like that is still working. When will the scanner video be posted? In about 2 hours and 25 minutes. Yeah, ideally I remember. Here, I can make this bigger. How many discs are there? Somewhere between 1 and 35, I think. You'll notice the files are not being transferred in order. So looking at whatever the next one that it downloads is not going to be that useful. I actually have no idea what order it is picking. At no point should files have been transferred in random order, so it shouldn't be like file age or anything. They were read linearly from track 0 to track 40, or track 80. So they would have been created. Ooh, I'm not liking, that might be the bad one actually, looking at the, oh, that's speed, not size, okay. It is really handy that I can access the server like this now, though. All that horrific nightmare of setting up networking nonsense was worth it. It's a shame it had to coincide with horrific PS2 nightmare nonsense. TCI. You just need to put a spool on a drone and just fly it all along the power line for that. It would help if I hadn't extracted the contents from all of the discs. Oh well. A lot of little files. The track files are the biggest problem. And I think they're the ones that we're going to have to use, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll do some testing. So the issue is, the DRM for AutoCAD is going to look for something written to the original disk. And I don't remember if it uses direct floppy nonsense or if it just looks for like data files or something. So if it's just files, then an IMG will work. If it's funky floppy stuff, then it will need to be an HFE so that it can emulate the drive a little more precisely. No transparency on console. Honestly, you're lucky the compositors are even working at all. Do I even have a profile for fancy schmancy? Here we go. Look at that. Look, it's a BIOS font and everything. There you go. No wobbly either. I do like wobbly. That's on here. Okay, honestly, Cody, I just install Ubuntu on computers nowadays, and then however it comes is how it stays. There's the noob, intermediate, master meme. The noob is I just use whatever operating system comes with the computer. The intermediate is I'm going to install Linux and customize it to the hilt. And then master is I just install Linux as it is. How goes the investigation? I forgot what the stream title is, but the investigation was I read one page of the manual and then all the investigation was done and it's going to work. I'm currently trying to record a video about actually getting multi-monitor working, but I've run into some hurdles. First, some of my video lights died, so that's fun. And then second, the files that I had downloaded or transferred over to the office for being able to do this, turned out were incomplete. So I'm having to download them directly from my server. This needs a progress bar. Sorry, they didn't invent progress bars in whenever SCP. Let's see. Is there a copyright date in this version of SCP? Let's find out. SCP-H. Man SCP. Yep, there were no progress bars invented by 2022, so. Use rsync? Yeah, but then I'd have to run like a server or something, wouldn't I? Rsync over SSH? Yeah, I actually have no idea how to do that. And hey, Charles. And wet, yeah, I'm really fine with the KDE stuff. I mean, I customize the places bar a little bit more on most of my computers, but other than that, not a whole lot. Oh, I do add the up button here to Dolphin. This should just be here by default. And then usually the close and sometimes the terminal button if I'm feeling spicy. Just replace SSH with rsync-AV. Really? Okay. Oh, hey, look, it's done. See, that wasn't too bad. There we go. 12 discs. That's how many. These versions use old Oxygen theme. Yeah, but I would have to care. And I don't. Okay, so now we can put these on here. Let's go ahead and do this. Although I don't know why we got one that's bad. So we'll just, what does the image look like? Wait, this is the one that's supposedly good. Bad. Oh, it just, like, didn't read. Okay, well, I'm just going to delete that because I don't care. Are there, like, 2 user disks? What's the deal here? Files, nada. Okay, and then files. That looks right. Well, we'll just put this one on there. Baking, you just work. See, Wet's got it. Wet's got it. Did you get that from me, or is that how you remembered it as well? Because that's how I always remember it. And I've never even seen that movie. Literally only learned of the timeout command today. I think I have used that before, but I don't remember how to use it. All right, there's 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and it's just now occurring to me that I have the computer running over there, and I don't need to, and I could have shut it off instead of burning in the monitor. And also, I'm going to have to reboot it anyway to go into the system setup to enable the 144, or no, the 1.2 meg floppy drive. What is U versus U12? Whatever, you know, I don't care. I'm going to wish I had the LCD on this one, that's for sure. Okay. Maybe just the AVP and the Alien versus Predator, yeah. But the thing is, you got to remember, they disrespect the Alien because that one's lowercase. Always forget Dolphin can do side by side. Dolphin, okay, like almost every single window of Dolphin I ever run, I have the split view and the terminal open. Terminal F4, split view F3. The sad thing about split view is that it opens and closes the active one. And then it won't remember what the other panel was. So you can't just like hide it and then bring it back. It will always close it and then just duplicate the current folder. All right, that should work though. One or more files are open in Bash. I don't think it is. There we go. That's infuriating. Yeah, but it's worth putting up with because it's so handy. One thing that sucks though is I'm constantly going in here and enabling automatic column width so I can actually read the names, and then it like doesn't persist or actually work, and then it just like I get annoyed anyway. Terminal and File Manager is sweet. It really is. Here's the other fun thing. I will do this without you even realizing it. So let's say I open the Git folder here. Shift F4 opens a terminal in the folder that you are in within Dolphin. So that's a super easy way if you want to like, oh, let me go work on this Git project here. I'll go into the GW tools. Okay, now let me work on this. Do a Git pull here, and then boom, we're already in there, already working on it. It's beautiful. Though you could just do that down here too, but I wouldn't want to run like Vim or something down there. I mean, I do sometimes, but it sucks. A Git pull is perfect. Like this for Git management, beautiful. Okay, we should be good now. So let's go try this out. Yeah, having it follow is really nice. What kind of sucks though, I don't like this. I wish the terminal would detect that I have started to type a command, because if you switch to the other panel, it clears out what you've typed and will move over. So sometimes I'll be doing something where I want to copy files from one location to another, and I specifically want to do it through a terminal, and I'll use this to get the paths of the two locations, and I'll forget to copy the other one first, so I'll go over here, and then it will move this and it will clear out whatever I've typed in here already. So you may have seen me where I'll use the trick where I'll type in a command and then I will comment it and submit it. That gets it into the command history, but doesn't actually run it, and that's a trick that I use especially in Dolphin if I'm going to try and do something like that. Really only use Dolphin when I'm streaming because it's more visually appealing and interesting. If you say you just use the terminal for doing file management elsewise, we're losing mod status. Okay, back over to here. I left the flash drive. Massively long one-line scripts, new file manager. All right, here we go. And plug. Okay, AutoCAD's now installed. Where'd the floppy go? There it is. Okay. I'm just gonna turn it off. I'll turn it back on. Really quick, I'm gonna go start recording on my laptop, because that will also record the DOS stuff that we're doing. The only thing that it won't record is command line and AutoCAD, essentially. To be using Nautilus. You know, it's been a while since I've used Nautilus, but anything GNOME is just tainted now. Why use AutoCAD? Because manual CAD doesn't support the 8514 as a secondary display. Only have console access, they don't even have screen connected? Well, I mean, that kind of makes sense, depending on what you're doing. Use Explorer.exe through Wine. Is there a single version of Windows where that's even possible? Because the problem is that Explorer.exe is more like a whole desktop environment. It's not just the file browser. All right, so we have the GoTech installed. I just copied disk images of all of my AutoCAD disks here onto this flash drive. And because this is a PS2, that's not good enough, so now we have to put in the system reference disk and reconfigure the BIOS on the machine to recognize the drive. In fairness, you have to configure the BIOS on any other computer to tell it what kind of floppy drive you have connected, but you can't do this on this without the floppy disk, which is what is really annoying about PS2s. And to be fair, it's annoying on something like that compact 386 portable as well. It's just dumb when the BIOS is half on a floppy disk in general. PS2s were just a really big instance of it. Q, I'm pretty sure that comes with a unique version of Wine that's not quite the same. All right, for my own sake, I'm just curious. Yep, that is working. Look at that, it looks great. Okay. Okay, it still kind of weirds me out to see color on this display. I just gotta say, Lucky Bob, I'm not sure if you're still here, but I really do appreciate you sending me the 8513. It's kind of wild to see color on it still. All right. Yep, configuration error. Wait, it detected the floppy drive? That's kind of hilarious. F8 forward. Automatically configure the system. Yeah, you know what? I'm curious. What is it going to do? Is it going to, like, read the disk and try and determine what kind of drive it is? Okay, if it determines what kind of floppy drive that is, I will stop complaining about it. Automatic configuration complete. Okay, let's see this. I want to see if it figured out that's a 1.2 meg drive. It says, yes, it is a floppy drive, yeah. Yeah, Ben, they are pretty good. It's a shame the original PC and XT don't have one. At least I fixed that with the Junior. Webcam still up? Okay, I'll fix that in a second. I gotta hit A here as soon as XTIDE is allowed to run. What's going on? That was weird. It accessed the other drive? No way. I bet it set it up as a 1.4. Okay.
Matt Genco Tech says ZHEER 100 system configuration detected drive 1.44 megabyte drive B codec save system configuration now. End of line.
Jacob, thank you for the 100 bits. Says it's going to take a long time. Yeah, no, it's not going to go quick. Nothing about this is fast. All right. Is it going to have detected that it is a 1.2 meg drive, or will it just have enabled it as a 144? And nope, 144. All it's doing is checking that there is a drive attached. It's not looking at what kind of drive it is. So yeah, I'm not impressed by that. All right, we want F5. Oh no. Oh, this is even worse than I thought. Oh no. What on earth is wrong with IBM? First off, let me fix the shutter. Not only did it not detect it as a 1.2 meg, 1.2 meg is not an option. Didn't they literally sell a 1.2 meg drive for this machine? What on earth? Yeah, not even 720. All right. Well, let's set it to 144 and just hope for the best. Stupid IBM. All right. B.
ZHEER 101.2 MB drive needs and floated to reference diskette. End of line.
Thank you for 100 bits. I do like that I win. I still get a complaint about the PS2. Not only did it not detect the correct drive, it doesn't even have that as an option. Would 11 Explorer DX? No, well, no, I assumed it wouldn't work. So, Cody, here's a fun thing you can do, all right? On your computer, open the Run dialog. Leave it open, move it to the side. Then open Task Manager and kill Explorer.exe. You will see your entire desktop environment go away. All your other applications will stay running, and you'll still be able to access them, but the start menu, the background, all your icons, that kind of stuff, gone. Then use the Run dialog to restart Explorer.exe, and you'll see the start menu, Windows, desktop icons, all of that come back. Because Explorer.exe does a lot more than just the file browsers.
Matt Genco Tech says ZHEER 100. I guess it was intended for you to use an external drive and use driver sys to configure it from DOS. End of line.
Well, Jaco, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, driver.sys is what I was thinking of. I'm not familiar with the DRI param thing. Yeah. Actually kind of wondering what the IBM manual is like for the 5¼ inch 1.2 meg external drive. They 100% had them. I had the opportunity to buy one at VCF West and I did not. I want to say I regret it, but really I don't. You don't want driver.sys. That's for extra drives. BIOS doesn't know. Drive parameters you override. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Works just as expected. I wonder... They couldn't have just not added the 1.2 meg to the Model 70, could they have? That would be so stupid. I wonder if that weird little adapter thing also has some like pin shorting stuff that communicates, hey, there's an adapter installed that tells the machine there could be 1.2 meg drives. Oh, well, whatever. Okay. So here's the problem. I don't actually know what disk we're on, and it looks like this is not disk 1. So we're going to go through this and figure out which is which. So... yeah, this is kind of terrible. Type disk.id. Oh, I'm bad. Hold on. Executables to domestic. Okay. Don't want any of those feral AutoCAD disks. Okay. Replace Explorer.exe with progman.exe and ini to get that Great Win 3X look. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. That said, Model 80 uses a special add-on card to enable the 5¼ inch floppy drive. That does sound like it would be a factor. It needs an add-in to do... You know, let's just move on. All right, I will... Good Lord, PS2s. Not even once, man. Durr! Okay, there's a whole lot of stuff there. Let's do type disk.id again. Let's see, is that in there? AutoCAD support. Oh, man. Why are they all random order again? Hold on. I'm going to see if I can use the Nextcloud folders with the photos as a map for what these are. I like how on Nextcloud Android, let me just open a folder. It'll be like, nope, no one here. Oh, of course, now it's not going to do it. No files here, okay, and then wait a second. Oh, sorry, no, there are files. I was just kidding. Okay, so disk image 0 is, okay, so these are in the correct order. All right, so we could use this to figure out which is actual disk 1. So we're on 2, that would be whatever this is. All right, hold on. So disk 3 support, okay. Oh, you know what? We're gonna change this. Hold on. We're not doing this. This is stupid. One moment. Yeah, they would charge you money, yeah. That phone call will be $500. Thank you very much. Again, I hate it, but it is a good-looking computer, man. Like, just, that is an undeniable fact. Okay, workstation. And then, bye-bye, workstation. Okay. Because it's still set to the wrong input. All right. So here's what we're going to do. each of these folders has a photo of the floppy that it actually is. So we got whatever DX fix is. So I assume this is for DirectX. It's probably, I mean, it's not going to be that new. It's probably like DirectX 7. So we don't want to install that first. We'll install that later. So this one, disk 2. So let's go ahead and look at the flash drive and rename the files, and then I'm going to pull them out and then recopy them, because I think the Grease Weasel is stupid and it accesses the files in order that they were written. So you know what? I'm going to pull these all out. Let's go here, folder, GoTech, whatever. And I said Grease Weasel, but I meant GoTech. Okay, and now I'm going to do this. That was the wrong thing to do. Home, archive, CAD, AutoCAD. There we go. Now we'll go here. Okay, so 2 was disk 2 executable. Okay, so 2 is D2. Let's go with this. Okay. I don't remember. These have 8.3 limitations. 3. Let's see. You haven't been paying 10K since a year? Yeah. Okay, this is disk 3 is actually 3. So let's do that. 4. It's actual disk 4, maybe. 5. It's actual disk 5. It's the bonus disk. Never mind the other bonus stuff that we got with it. That's a completely separate package that also didn't even come with a floppy. Okay. Ugh. Don't you hate it when you have to install the ads disk? We're going to get advertisements for like the CalComp Digitizer 2 or a Sumba Sketch. Okay, wait, this is disk 6. This is image 6. Okay. Doesn't GoTech need the file names to start with something special? No. For what, I have the flash floppy firmware on there. I just can't remember if the order that they are accessed in is alphabetical or if it is right, based on which ones are written first or not. Gonna get an ad for AutoCAD 12, yeah. Just pretend you lost that disk. No, that's the one you have to put that in every single time you start the computer from now on. Okay, 8 is 8. I feel like something went wrong here, because I don't think DX fix, like, files. Yeah, I mean, there's a MIDI file. I just want that to play the SimCity 2000 music. Okay, I'm guessing this is ADI driver update disk for... Hey, look, Ben was right. HPGL2 plotters. Who would have guessed? I wonder what the difference is. Okay, I'm going to call this E1. So this was U. We're going to call this E1, because I don't think we're going to need that. And then U1, I don't have a photo of. I'm guessing this is one of the blank ones. So what does this look like? Install. I think this is the one that we need. Looks mildly offended? Okay, I'm actually not sure what I said. So you were correct in that you assumed that there would be drivers for the HPGL stuff included, as opposed to that separate package that I have. Ben was right, who would have guessed? Oh, I guess I didn't mean that to be condescending. It was more that it is weird that there was a separate package. Yeah, that wasn't how I intended that to come across. Okay, now I think U2 was blank. We're gonna delete this one. Okay, we're gonna name this one D1 as well. All right, and then this I'm gonna call F1 because it was ADF fix, whatever that is. Yeah, DX fix, that's right. It's for the DirectX 7 installer. Okay. So we'll call this F7, or not F1. There we go. And then that should be it. Okay, now we'll write these back. And then this time I think we'll be good. HP wants to know more about plotter model numbers, do different things like correct number of pins. Correct number of pins would make a lot of sense. Especially like KeyCAD only had the, I think it only had the 7545 or the 7475. So the 7440, I can't remember the plotter model numbers all of a sudden. It's driving me crazy. Yeah, I think that's probably it. All right, now let's try it. It doesn't help that all the plotters are like exactly the same. I complained about it in the video that IBM called the 3119 page scanner because that name is so stupid, but they could have named it like Page Scanner Pro or something for the higher DPI one, because this is spoilers for the upcoming video. The 3117, which was the 240 DPI version of the scanner we looked at, was literally called Scanner. And then the 3118 is called Scanner Model 20. It's so funny. Okay. Workbench, arm cam, boom, chat. IBM naming scanner a scanner, I know. But it's just funny that that's like the actual product name is just Scanner. Could be a Microsoft name? I don't know most Microsoft names, but I think XP, fantastic. Vista, honestly, that's a really good name. 7, that one sucks. 8, meh. 11, now, or 10, now we're just confusing. So, I don't know. For some of their stuff, it's good. Okay, now I have the... After a little bit here, I have corrected the order of the disk images for the AutoCAD stuff. So now we have the installer on the first disk image. Makes way more sense now. So from here, we should be able to install AutoCAD. You know what? I'm going to turn on the other monitor. Make sure install disk is not write protected. But why is the GoTech marking it write protected? Uh-oh. That's not good. And you know what? I'm going to assume that it's fine and that it was something wonky, cosmic rays from the other monitor, and that if I run it again, it'll work. Any other key to continue? Oh, no, I'm just stupid. Never mind. All right, no one look at that. There we go. All right, this program installs AutoCAD 386, release 11 on your computer and checks it for thingamajigs. Okay, so real quick, like, I'm just gonna look at the manual again for how you install the 8514. Okay. AutoCAD configuration. At the available video display menu, choose the menu item for this driver. Okay. Is this during installation? It doesn't really make it clear when the configuration happens. So we'll just install it, and then we'll see if it shows up or not, and then if it doesn't, then we'll assume that there's an actual configuration at some point. Okay. This program installs AutoCAD 3D6 R11 on your computer, checks distribution disk for errors. You can specify the drive and directory where you want to install it. The program creates the directory for you. You can choose to copy only the selected parts of the software. Each screen of this program offers a choice default response. Press return to continue, accept the default, otherwise type or select a thing or something. Okay. Continue. On which disk? Yeah. C. Yep. AutoCAD is fine. Support files, yep. AutoCAD. Okay, so now this gets a little more interesting. Not two VGA displays, well, I mean, kind of two VGA displays, but an 8514 and VGA. It's a little different than just VGA. All right, the stream is breaking the terms and conditions. In what way? I literally own it. Physically, right there. Okay, install all files. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Did I purchase the advanced modeling extension? I think I actually did. Yes. We're using auto shade. If you answer yes. Okay, now I don't know. I'm going to go with a shade will be copied to your hard disk. You answer no, it will not be installed. There is rise. Ben, do you know? Is required to run AutoShade 1.1? I don't think so. I think AutoShade was a completely separate product, right? So I think I answer no. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if it was part of the advanced modeling extensions, but I was pretty sure it was a separate product. I would not be against trying to find it. It's a little difficult to line up all the versions and not spend $1,000 on this stuff on eBay, though. This looks like a big batch file. I mean, it's got to be better in the image edit installer batch file. All right, here, allow me to definitely replace the floppy disk. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. Click. All right, here we go. I'll give them props. I'm slightly impressed that the software actually was able to be installed from drive B. I'm so used to software being horrifically written and not being installable from some drives at this point. All right, click, and boom. The other benefit to the GoTech is it is way faster. This is a lot of install to go through. Yeah, that would make sense, Ben. Increase the floppy drive well, it's so silent. Yeah, bearings on the GoTech are fine. You also use an SSD instead of an HDD. It has a compact flash adapter for the hard drive, yes. That's mostly because I refuse to buy one of the stupid ESDI hard drives or use one. Yeah, use a cleaning disc in GoTech. Probably have one of the quietest PS2 systems ever. Realistically, yeah. The power supply's fan is the loudest part in it, by far. One of the nice things is if I get the disc wrong, it should detect the disc ID and then tell me to bugger off. Oh, Lucky Bob, there is a video on my second channel from a long time ago where I lubricated the stepper motor from a Tandem TM100 floppy drive, and you can hear the difference between the drive that I lubricated and the one that I did not in an IBM 5150. And it's pretty surprising. I am not sure what they would have sounded like new, comparatively, but nowadays, for sure, you can make a tandem drive like 20% as loud by just lubricating the stepper. What type of compression do they use? I have literally no idea. Wonder how well they hold up today. I don't know. I wouldn't trust a weird interface drive for stuff like this. It's part of why I was all too happy to go compact flash. Because if that drive dies, I can just pop out the card and put in another one. I got one right over there ready to go. Think it's just zip? Yeah. Oh, so the oiled floppy drives. The video I did on the second channel was actually a year after I first lubricated it, and it still sounded fantastic. So I'm thinking it'll just hold up. But you probably need to do it like, you know, once a decade. Oh, great. It's installing the trolls. That disc definitely took a lot longer to install, since it had to actually decompress stuff. Change over the floppy drives every 5,000 miles. You know, since tracks are measured in TPI, you could actually figure out how many miles the head on your floppy drive has moved. It's two-dimensional too, because if you read or kind of guess on the runtime as well, you can figure out how many times it's rotated and how much diameter disc it's gone over. It's all the C files? I have no idea. I don't know what ads is. All right, here we're getting to the point where I don't know. Okay, it looks like that was the correct disk. Philip, if it's a modern drive that has smart, you could actually calculate that kind of roughly. Because you could look at the hours runtime and then use the RPM and then just kind of, you know, rough shot it as like a 5-inch platter, and then do the math from that, and just assume you're going on the outside, figure out the perimeter, circumference, whatever. Yeah. To actually see source, that's kind of cool. What contraption do I use for my camera broom? That is a Rode PSA 1, but it has a bungee cable on the top support to add more strength to it. But other than that, it is an original Rode PSA 1, not a Plus. I tried ordering a Plus to replace it because this one's kind of worn out, but the Plus doesn't actually hold as much weight. So, yeah, it's an original Rode PSA 1. Yeah. That's fancy. It lets you write your own extensions. We're installing AutoCAD to do multi-monitor with the 8514. Do you want this program to make suggested changes to your config sys? Yeah, sure, why not? Line files 40 has been added. That's it? Pfft, that's nothing. That's going to get wiped the first time I change over to Windows 2 anyway. All right. That'll work. Auto exec, so basically we're just setting path. I can add that to both later. Yep, that's fine. Reboot. Okay, let's just reboot. Grins and giggles. Need AutoCAD to do that? AutoCAD just happens to be one of the programs that can actually do that, but as far as I'm aware, nothing else can. Well, sanity, I'm serious when I say I am not aware of any other program currently that can actually do multi-monitor using the 8514. Ben suspects there's a version of Lotus 123 that can, but we don't have enough manuals scanned out there on the internet to be able to comb through them and figure out if it is possible. The only reason we know it's possible with this is because I physically own it, and I was able to read the manual, and it literally states 8514 as a chapter, so we can definitely do it with that. I don't know that Borland Turbo C will be able to do that. It can do it with an MDA monitor, but the 8514 is different. Okay, so AutoCAD is installed, and just for giggles, I can go ACAD here, and then we can probably just run ACAD, and it should start up. There we go. Yeah, that's fine, whatever. AutoCAD is not configured. You must specify the devices which AutoCAD will interface. I want to wait a second here before we do this. So, don't look at this part at the top, but this is why I'm saying there's nothing I can do about this. At least it doesn't have anything else in there, whatever. It looks like the guy's name, it was his business name, so you know what, screw it, I don't care. This is asking us to do the 8514. The manual states that we need files for the 8514. So let's go ahead and kill this at this point, and we'll finish the installation in a moment. For now, I need to get the 8514 files so that we can make sure that it'll actually work when we go ahead and set it up. You know, I'm just going to leave it recording. You can't get rid of the registration stuff? Nope. The worst part is that my actual AutoCAD discs have the registration hard-coded into them. There's nothing I can do about it. Cancel that registration number. But yeah, Turbo C can do it. I have done that before, actually. I've also done AutoCAD with MDA and VGA before, too. That's a different thing. Okay, let's go find the files for this. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna stop recording. Change my mind. I don't want terabytes of data that I don't need, and I can just take a screenshot of the Ardent Tools webpage later. Can you use PCI VGA? Don't have an ISA card. You're gonna need an MDA card and an MDA monitor. It's a lot worse than you think. Maybe you could do MDA over VGA, but it's... Here, let's try that. Just for giggles. E1. Oh, let's see. So U1. Going MHEX. Yeah, it's the same file. Okay. Drive file system? Sure, why not? Okay. So let's see. Is it encoded in plain text? Because I have a feeling it's not. Why does it not have ASCII? Yeah, no, not plain text encoded. Nope. Yeah, you couldn't see anything. Hold on. Boom. There you go. The guy put the distributor phone number as a whole bunch of 5s. And yeah, it's not listed on the user disk in there anywhere, which is where that is added. So no, we cannot change it. I didn't spot it in plain text when I looked, but those were the R12 Windows images. I don't have R12. I have R11. But if it's the, yeah, I think, oh, that's right. I think we tried to diff that, right? To figure out how to fix it. And I think it was, like, hard. You probably just got the number wrong, Ben. So, to add on to what Ben is saying, I have the R11 Windows extension that makes it a Windows version. And it copies the registration information from the DOS version onto the Windows disks. So if I ever put my actual Windows AutoCAD disk into a computer, it will copy the registration information from the random dude who previously owned my DOS version onto my brand new Windows disks. So we were trying to figure out how to change the registration information to say, you know, tech tangents or something, but I don't think we could figure it out. Yeah, it wasn't in the completely trivial bucket, exactly. Okay, so what are we doing? Oh, we're trying to find files. Hold on. Okay, yeah. So let's just bring up the Ardent Tools page. Ardent. All right, look, it's a stupid computer. Okay. Here's hoping that they have all the files on here, because I actually don't know. I didn't get this far. Apparently we want software and drivers, MCA, just Ardent 8514. Boom, I'm lazy. If it makes you feel any better, Lucky Bob, I didn't know it was a Model 25. I only knew that it was a PS2. Okay, so they have the ADF file. Oh, I am concerned. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, this just got interesting. Dziak, what I thought was going to be a slam dunk is maybe not. Because we seem to be missing the IBM 8514. That's cool, the technical references here. The 8514 driver disk, because it contains DOS executables that are necessary. All right, I'm going to do a search off screen here on Diskmaster to see if it maybe was saved over there. HDI load. Okay, there's maybe. Yeah, hold on. Let me look at the AutoCAD manual again. HDIload.exe. That is what they call it. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to search for, okay, so just to, here. So there are hits for HDIload.exe, like a lot of them. I'm going to look for Control F 8514, I think, under networking. What? 8514. Interface code. One moment. Maybe we're good. Although HDIload.exe, what's 8-plane versus 4-plane? Do we have the fonts? I think we have the stand fonts. Stand 1220. Okay, we're good. Whew! Okay. All right, that is wonky. OS2 readme. Let me guess, it just says don't. For an 87 OS2, yeah, this has got to suck. OS2 adapter interface, that's a memory expansion feature. Okay, so that explains that. So let's do this. With memory expansion feature, okay. If feature is removed, you should reinstall adapter, blah, 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 blah. Press stop. Oh, no. Ah, okay. The Ardent Tools page, Lucky Bob, I will say, it's a tremendous resource. They've done a lot of work to try and organize things, but it is a weird mix of like almost a wiki and like a bunch of user groups posts that are just copy pasted into the main page and some documentation. Like it's a real strange mix of stuff. So I'm not surprised that it's on there or not on there. Because I feel like it probably, the page that Ben found is just a dump of a bunch of PS2 stuff on some other random directory. So, yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to guess I should just copy this whole thing to the root, or to, let's make a, so we have the setup folder. I'm just going to add an 8514 directory to that, and then I'll just copy this all into there. Then we'll set it up however AutoCAD wants it. Okay. Ah. You gonna actually read that compact flash card there, Mr. Compact Flash Card Reader? Okay, sure, why not? This time he will. I love how consistent computer hardware is. All right, set up, create new folder, 8514, and then we'll just put all of this in there. This is already taking longer than I expected. You know what, while that copies, I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back. Okay. There we go. Did I see that oh no, the card's almost full because of the scanner images. Okay. Not a challenger without a challenge. I forgot, that is the name of the game now, isn't it? Okay. It helps when you plug the card into the card plug on the computer, so let me go do that. The best part is that I have literally no idea what I'm going to do with AutoCAD once it's actually set up and running. Well, I'm just realizing this is all like completely blocking the ability to see this monitor. Wait a minute, the AIM, I can do Gorad 3D with the AME? That's kind of awesome. Okay, I want to load the skateboard model when we get it going. That's what I want to do. That. I thought we were going to be limited to 2D. Okay, well, that'll be kind of sweet. Okay. Okay, I can do a kickflip, yeah. Needs that 387 for 3D. Good news, it's still in there. The Blue Lightning is not currently, but the 387 is. All right. I now have the files for the 8514A adapter on the card. So we're going to go ahead and set that up in the way that it wants. And then we will try running AutoCAD again so that we can use the 8514. Is the monitor not on? It was not on. Can you install a post processor to make the STL files for your 3D printer? I have no idea. Okay. Page with disk mouse driver disk for this setup. All right, well, I can look at that. I think we're going to be good here. Okay. So, before using AutoCAD, the adapter program HDI load is supplied with the IBM personal system. You know what? Hold on, I'm feeling really lazy. We're just going to load Windows. If I got to copy files, I want to do it with a mouse. Okay, this program must be loaded before you use the AutoCAD drawing editor. Hold on. Following standard IBM installation, it is located in the HDI PC DOS, in the directory HDI PC DOS. Oh, wait a minute. So there's like a whole install process for this thing? Wait a minute. Setup, 8514, README. Whoa, online documentation. Stupid needing to open Notepad and drag it into there. I'm going to play Minesweeper instead. Okay, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Wait a minute. How can you be? That means that's 1. Okay, you're touching 3. This is probably 1. Okay, well, I lose. Okay. Where's Notepad? Not Photoshop. Accessories. There we go. Notepad. And then here we go. Online documentation offline. So online did not originally mean connected to the internet. It meant, let's say, slipstreamed into the intended use case. So in this instance, the online documentation would mean that it is within the software that you would be utilizing. You don't need some external thing like a sheet of paper in order to use it. It is all within the same process. Okay, this directory contains the adapter interface, code modules, installation instructions, PC DOS, and IBM System 2 operating system, blah, 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 blah. This is why, by the way, this card might be incredible for AutoCAD. The 8514 is an actual GPU. It has functionality built in for drawing graphics through commands. So it might be incredibly fast with AutoCAD. I don't know how it'll handle everything, but it might be so cool. It's not just going to be a different display. Was there a setup or install? There's an installed.exe. Okay. OS2 demo, HID demo, HDI demo? I don't know anyway this is. AutoExec can be changed or built to load the PC DOS adapter automatically on system startup by inserting the following command. Okay, adapter interface once installed. Okay. To install this onto another disk or diskette, run the install.com command as follows. Source drive, target drive. Oh, that's pretty easy. Install AC. Okay, that's not too bad. That's cheating. You know, you can right click and right click and left mouse buttons. I was right clicking for flagging at the same time. What do you mean at the same time? Now I'm confused. Hold on. I'm trying to open the taskbar. That does not exist yet. Okay, I am officially tangented. What on earth do you mean at the same time? Okay. What does that do? Other than feel good. Okay, but it doesn't do anything is what I'm saying. When you have a flag, in this case too, you can clear more stuff. Okay, hold on. So okay. It's visualizing what squares the effect. Okay, so if I click, I mean, it's always a 3x3 grid though. It's not like it's ever gonna change. So flag, flag. Okay. If a number already has a flag, it'll open every other cell around it. Do flag mines and then click on a digit. Okay. I see. So 2, so it would be that. So if I double click on this, then it'll open all others that is touching. Okay. This is horrible. I'm going to assume that's 1. This is 1, but then this can't be 1. No, this can't be 1. Because this is 1, and then this is 2. Oh, dude, this is evil. So, not that. This has to be 1. This is 1, and this isn't. Boo. Okay. Interesting. Okay. That makes more sense. All right, so within DOS, we run install AC. Okay. So let's go ahead and close all this, and then we'll give that a shot. All right, CD, setup. You can't see anything. Oh, those buttons are so far away. All right. All right, setup. CD 8514. I'll make it a little brighter. Okay, install. Don't worry, Ben. I'm definitely, totally going to do that for 100% sure. Yep, definitely. I'm doing that right now as we speak. We're gonna, it's substring. And then we do the thing. Okay, there we go. Definitely, I am doing that for sure. Here's the good news. That doesn't work. Because it's not going to copy the directories. I mean, substring doesn't specify the directories. Does /s exist for substring? Hey, look, that light just came back. Yay! What are we running, DOS 4? Oh, let's find out. Star A. Invalid switch S. Okay. Or just put the image file on the USB drive? That sounds too logical. Xcopy. Do you think Xcopy exists? Let's find out. Xcopy. Oh, it does exist. Here we go. You can see that at the bottom. Xcopy star dot star. Wait a minute. /s star dot star A. Oh, we barely got it then, Ben. Okay. You can see on the laptop. Could you actually? That's awesome. Note to self, don't do any banking information on my PS2 with this setup. Yeah, HDI load. I'm pretty sure it stands for huge display interface load. That's the exact file we need. I don't even remember the other language stuff. Huh. Fancy. Here's the real secret. I kind of don't mind having an 8514 floppy drive or a disk for the machine that I can just go put in that accordion disk image folder thing. So it's part of why I'm doing this. I'm trying to build up a full set of actual floppies to keep with the computer, since it's always going to have floppies with it. Grumble, grumble, system reference disk. So I figure everything that needs a disk should have a disk with it. Which reminds me, I packed up everything for the 3119 except the floppy card disk. So Xbox hard disk scan 1 of 6. Ben missed a bet, not giving the PS2 a little pocket in the case. Yeah, honestly, for sure. I kind of like the little plastic slap-on vinyl pocket on the Deck Rider 3 that has the little information card. This totally needs one on the side for the reference disc. Maybe on the monitor, like back here. That would have been cool. There was clearly something taped around this monitor at some point, or maybe someone spilled on it. I don't know. I think it's tape residue. It'd be cool if it had like a little disc holder thing, like one of the drink hats with the 2 straws, but it's like floppy disk boxes up there. I'm sure it'd be fine, Vorpal Sword. It's IBM. I'm sure it's very well shielded. This were put in a pocket, stuck to the PC case. Did they come with that, and then this person like just didn't stick it on there or something? Dude, there's a lot of languages on this disc. Oh my gosh. I've seen that digital Ice Age, yeah. Stuff like the Osborne that came with integrated disk storage was a lot cooler, though. What's the difference between PS1 and PS2? So there are PS2s with ISA slots, first off. So that's not a distinction. I think the PS2 or PS1s were meant to be the garbage ones that people would buy for their homes because they're suckers. And the PS2s were supposed to be the business-oriented ones. So the PS1s were Windows ME. PS2 was Windows 2000. A 5 1/4 inch bay ashtray. You know, you say that, Helen Croft, like, oh, look at all this stupid stuff. Find me a 3.5 inch PC drawer. Doesn't exist for some weird reason. You can find 5 1/4 inch, but I want 3.5. Just like 2000 ME, they kind of suck to use. That wasn't part of my analogy, but I like the spirit. Yeah, Ben, so what are you putting in the 3.5 inch drawer? So I have a media adapter bay that goes into a 5 1/4 inch bay on a computer. It has IDE, SATA, USB, memory card readers and stuff. But there's nowhere to store an IDE cable in the computer that you can access external. And most cases, they'll have like 2 5 1/4 inch slots, but then because everything is integrated into the 5 1/4 inch bay, I don't need the 3.5 inch bay. So a drawer, literally a drawer that pulls out of the 3.5 inch bay that I could put an IDE cable, a SATA cable, the little weird power adapter cable would be excellent. That's it. That's the whole story. 3.5 inch is not big enough to store a pen in. The Super Landboy or the Antec Landboy, whatever the thing is, the Windows XP computer over there, all right, has a little tiny drawer in it that's fantastic because I can store a flash drive in there that has all of the software and stuff on there. Never seen even a 5 1/4 inch one of those? 5 1/4 inch is a lot more common. And by a lot more common, I've only seen 5 1/4 inch ones. Hey, look, it actually finished copying everything. Insane. Durr. There we go. Look at all them files. Okay, I'll bring it back over to here. You need about 8. Definitely time well invested. All right. Okay, so we're gonna do install AC. Now that we just copied all the files to the floppy drive, we're gonna copy a select few of them back to the hard drive. This is the installation program for the adapter interface. You're not gonna tell me what kind, it's just adapter interface? Okay. Is this the IBM PC on the interface which will be run? This might be the dumbest setup screen I have ever seen of all time. Like, this doesn't even feel like a PS2 problem. This just feels like they had an intern write this for some weird reason. This is just weird. The adapter interface for adapters with the memory expand. Oh my gosh, it's like they translated just the word 8514 into adapter. Oh man. I dare you say no, it would just quit the program. It wouldn't do anything fun. For adapters with the memory expansions. Okay, so it detected that. To load the PC DOS adapter interface automatically each time the system is started, the AutoExec back should contain HDI PC DOS, HDI load. Okay. You know, what do you want to bet this will screw up Image Edit? I think we load Image Edit after this just for kicks. Just oh my gosh, this is Windows 3. We can't even load Image Edit on this setup. Never mind. Just for reference, I have the disk. I can always reinstall. Is this memory expansion feature a required adapter? Yeah, right. Hit enter, control break. Okay, yeah, that's sure, that's fine. You gonna automatically add that to AutoExec, or do I have to do that? Do you want to install the PS2 adapter interface? Absolutely not. I don't want it for OS2. No. Boo. OS2 sucks. Boo. In 1987. Actually, 1988. It was 89, I think, that OS2 2.0 came out, and it stopped sucking. Why no love for OS2? OS2 for this computer was just DOS, but not DOS. So there's no real reason to use it. Or maybe 1.1, whichever one had the GUI first. Maybe it was 1.1. Oh, I think it was December 88, actually. It was really late 88. When do we try OS2 on this machine? It is never going to happen. 89, okay. And it finally got a GUI? Yeah. So that's the problem, is it didn't have a GUI when this came out. So there was literally no reason to run it. Anyway, each of the standard fonts supplied with the adapter contains 5 code pages, very blah, blah, blah. US code page, multilingual. Default code page is currently set as the default alternate. Is that? Do I wish to change the defaults? Nope. I was not expecting this. That's awesome. We missed out on this fun when we were just setting up the scanner. It's also funny that we're going to actually get to use color because we were using the scanner specifically for its black and white capabilities. Now we have a reason to actually use the color capabilities. Okay, so I'm hitting enter. For the record, it went back to showing DOS over here. And it was still showing DOS on this. So that was it multitasking. Just throwing that out there. Okay, the adapter interface installation. This is still the most awkward possible way of phrasing this, but whatever, fine. E, hold on, C, CD, C, E, AutoExec, .bat. Okay. That was what I thought. It did not add the path for the driver thing, so. Scanner wasn't color? No, that's what I'm saying, is that it had no business doing anything color. So we never got the 8514 can do 256 colors in the video that I'm going to release. I incorrectly stated it can do 64 because that was how many levels of gray it could display in Image Edit. I do have a little on-screen thing that no one will read, so everyone's going to hear, actually, it can do, 256. All 3 people who remember what the 8514 is. Anyway, it can do 256 colors, but we never used that with the scanner because it can remap the palette to other colors, so it just remapped them all to gray. So, Anyway, here's what we're gonna do. Excuse me. Did this do anything to the path here? What's the AutoCAD stuff? Wasn't it? Didn't it say it was gonna modify? It didn't add the AutoCAD stuff to the path. Wasn't it supposed to do that? What? Nothing changed in AutoCAD updates config sys. Huh. Okay. 256. It only does one resolution. 1024 by 768 interlaced. It said if you wanted to run it on startup, you needed to add it. Okay. Put files 40 in config sys. Okay. That's all it changed? Well, that's easy enough. All right, hold on. Alt F, open. This is the one thing that E sucks at. There's no way to just instantly open a file. It doesn't have like a browse or anything, as far as I can tell. So F8, type the name of the file and then press enter. I can't, there's no like shortcut stuff that I can do here, as far as I can tell. So config.sys, I just want to make sure files equal 40 is the only thing it did. That is the only thing it did. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Exit. Yeah, I'm sure, whatever. CD, DOS, CD, CW. Okay. dir. Okay, so we're going to edit e config dot w22. All right. We're going to add files equal 40, Alt F S, and then Alt F. I'm just going to exit because I don't remember. It was W31, right? Okay, e config dot W31. And then, so Vorpal Sword E is specific to PC DOS. This is the IBM editor for PC DOS, which I love. I think it's shockingly awesome. Okay, since that was it, we don't need to change anything else, but we do need to add the HDI load thingamajig, which the AutoCAD manual actually tells us how to do. Okay, supply with IBM, these files must be in the current working directory, the system directories, directory defined by the environment, or directory chd pic before you run the AutoCAD, before you run AutoCAD, for example. Okay. Okay, so we're going to, oh, that's smart. AutoCAD also tells you you might want to use a startup batch file. Oh, by the way, mouse support. That's because this is awesome software. Matter of fact, I just forgot, like, even the mouse exists. I think I saved this, right? File, save, file, exit. It's Alt F4? What? What's the earliest program that did Alt F4 as exit? That's crazy. Huh. Anyway, let's e auto exec dot w22. And then here, we're going to define an IBA's common user access guidelines in the mid-80s. Huh. Because I've never seen that in a DOS program before. Okay, so C, HDI, PC DOS HDI load dot exe. Okay. Let's try and be tricky here. Edit. Copy marked area. File. Save. File. Open. Auto exe c dot w31. Edit. Print. Edit. Move. Okay, so that didn't work. See. HDI PC. HDI PC DOS. Like I said, the paper manual for AutoCAD also says what it is. HDI load.exe. Should add ACAD to path? Yeah, but why? I'm just gonna CD into ACAD and run it. File, save. Okay. Now, Alt F4, that's so weird. CDC, CW2, reboot. I gotta know. I have to know. One moment. Oh, that's, what on earth? For a brief moment there, I swear there was a rippling shutter effect from the light. I wonder if one of my lights was dying again. Anyway, win. All right, here we go. Oh, that looks fantastic. Let me not point the camera at that. Here we go. Okay, so I have actually loaded the thing here. So let's see if image edit still runs. Holy moly, it actually, what if, crazy thought, what if this makes it work on Windows 3.1? I'm just gonna open an image. Yeah, it works, okay. No chance. Wouldn't it be amazing, Ben? Wouldn't it? What if? Weirdest tech interaction? It would be, but what is normal about this software? I'm surprised it still runs on here, although it is taking its sweet time. I think it's just loading the image in the background, probably creating those stupid cache files on the hard drive. Yeah, the hard drive light's blinking like crazy. Only one way to find out. We are about to, because I'm using Windows 3 as the main Windows on here, but I do want to maintain Windows 2.1. So that's why I went and set up all the other stuff. Okay. I could pan, but on the other hand, I could not waste our time. All right, did it leave something stupid in root of C? You betcha it did. Good job. File, delete, yes. File, delete, yes. Okay. What is gold dot bat? Oh, I installed a game. That's right. That's from Doom. Okay. CW3. Okay, let's reboot. Sorry about that monitor. I keep forgetting. Golden medallion, yes. All right, win. I didn't pay attention if it actually said something. We'll reboot. I want to see if the HDI load actually like prints something to the screen when it runs. Okay. Quick Minesweeper game. Boom, boom. And it's probably this one. Oh, I died. Okay. So now we try image edit again. Here we go. What if? What if it works? We don't care about errors. Here we go. Actually, that's interesting. It didn't do that before. Yeah, it loaded the gray driver. It was, the error message was blue before. That's farther than it's ever gotten. Yeah, that was also weird. The error still had yellow in it. It's like it only partially loaded the driver. I don't know, it's crazy. Okay. We're done with getting splinters in my hand. Ow. We're done with Windows now. Back to DOS. This will end your Windows session. Okay. All right. We're now ready to configure AutoCAD for 8514 usage after all of that nonsense. I'm trying to get the camera to stop shaking. There we go. All right, let's go back to AutoCAD, CD, ACAD, and we're now ready to actually set it up with the 8514 now that we have the HDI load executable running. So let's go ahead and do the configuration. And here we can set option 6 for the 8514A display adapter. This should be interesting. Now, here's a crucial question, okay? So it asks this. This, I believe, is the question that determines whether or not it will use the command line on the VGA monitor as opposed to the 8514 monitor. So we're going to say, is the adapter the only display on your computer? No. Okay. If you previously measured the height and width of a square on your graphics screen, you may use these to... No, I would not like to do that. Do I want a status line? Yes. Do I want a command prompt area? Okay, Ben, I want input on this. Because I think the answer is no. Yeah. Do I want a screen menu area? I'm going to say yes to that one. Set the graphics background color. We'll go with black. Set the text color 7. We're going to leave all these default. Okay. Available digitizers. Now, I have a CalComp 2 behind me from the previous video that I did demonstrating that. But I'm not going to set that up yet. I want to make sure that we can just use this machine first, and we'll see about that later. But I do see Microsoft Serial Mouse or Bus Mouse. 7 standard white. Okay. The light died again. I don't know how to use a curt on there. Is it crank? That sounds kind of difficult. Do I just pick my 14 for mouse, Ben? I'm pretty sure that's going to be what I want. Or do I want 3 and then mouse through that? 14, it'll just use mouse comm. Okay, so we're going to pick 14 for mouse. Do I want to adjust the mouse scaling parameters? Nah, whatever's fine. Okay, available plotters. Tears. We're gonna go with none. Although, fun fact, I actually have some HP plotter add-ons for R11 here as well. If this all goes super smoothly and I have bonus time, I might try that out. And if you see this in the video, that means that it did go super smoothly, and if you don't see it in the video, then that means this all is a nightmare from here. I should choose 0 here, available plotters. Yeah, I'm gonna pick plotter. Or no plotter. Oh no! I accidentally typed in 10. Escape. Uh-oh. Well, this sucks. What's a Unix plot device? It's connected to the parallel port. Why not? Yeah, sure, LPT1. Would I like to calibrate my plotter? Nope, I'm good. Write the plot to a file? Nah. Sure, whatever. That all sounds absolutely... Wow, that's a lot of plotter options. Oh boy, I am sure looking forward to using my plotter. I think it did not... Nope, those are completely different. Available printer plotters. I want none, please. Login name? Login? AK, BK, BK, UKU, there, whatever. Wait, server authorization. Enter the maximum number is 1. Do I wish to run the executable from a read-only directory? No. Enter a password to none. Do I wish to enable file lock? Sure, whatever, I don't care. I really wish the plotter wasn't in there, but oh well. Oh wait, configure plotter. I can't remove it. I can just change the settings for it. Why can't I remove it? All right, well, here we go. Keep configuration changes. Well, that was a good trial run, everyone. Now that we have splits, we'd start the speed run. 6. It is not the only monitor. I would not like to do square stuff. Do I want a status line? Yes. Do I want a command prompt? No. Do I want a screen? Yes. The colors are all fine, whatever, I don't care about colors. I don't want to set up a digitizer right now. I don't want a plotter right now. Wow. It sure makes you wait a while if you don't want a plotter. Okay. We don't want a printer plotter. Missed the mouse. That's true. All right, we failed the speed run. AutoCAD. Okay, attempt number 2. We don't have a PB yet. Okay. 6 for 8514. It is not the only display. I don't care about squares. I do want a status line. I don't want a command prompt. I do want a menu area. Colors are okay. I don't want to overshoot colors though. Okay, mouse, 14. I do always want a plotter. You're correct, but I cannot have a plotter this time. We didn't install the GPIB card. Do I want mouse scaling? No. Okay. None plotter, left printer. Okay. Yeah, all right. Sure. No. no password, sure file logging, whatever. Okay, this time we finally have it. Keep configuration? Yes. Okay. Begin new drawing, and we see if this starts the 8514 test. Oh my gosh, it totally works. Look at that. It's almost like it's doing something. Huh. What? Oh. Oh my God, that's slow. Hey, though, it's, Huh. Huh. I was, Okay. Huh. Good news! It's working! Bad news! It's slow. I did take the CPU card out, yes, because I was gonna mail it back. Now are you thinking that? Because this, I care less about being more period accurate.
Is chug chug choo chugging along CHER 100.
End of line.
Spooky, thank you for the 100 bits. Quick load space shuttle drawing. We'll check back in tomorrow. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, whoa, wait, what the heck?
Laura Coon says
No, the 387's in there.
100.
All net 16 MHz power by your command.
Why is it fast now? Finish doing background calculation? Yeah, no kidding. Well, now it's fantastic. Okay. So here we are. It's actually running now. So I'm going to go over... I mean, for giggles, let's do a block. Let's do base. I have no idea what this is. Display. This is kind of cool. This mouse is kind of sucking. I don't know why. The vertical sensitivity is wildly different from the horizontal sensitivity. Like, to go from the top of the menu to the bottom is about a foot of movement. But to go from the left side of the display to the right is about 4 inches. Maybe I do want to change the mouse settings. I'm not sure. File. Files. I did skip mouse calibration. I did not think it was going to be important. Oh my gosh. It is now, this is so cool. It's opened the file dialog over here. This is awesome. 1, list drawing files. Enter driver directory. C. Why does it flicker the cursor every time I type? Oh, the cursor's gone. That means it's thinking. I don't know where the sample files are. They were on the sample disk though, so I assume they were copied. Unless, no, it's thinking. Okay, there I was too impatient. 1, C, AutoCAD, and now we just wait. Okay, airplane, house. Okay, well, let's open airplane.dwg. Wait, how do I just open a file? The file utility menu sucks. Exit to main menu. All right. Dude, it just leaves this up over there while I go back to the 8514. Okay, I need to make this slightly more convenient to get to. Okay. Boop. All right. So up here, file, quit. Yes. I do hate the way that the right menu works, I gotta say. And then that asks over here, do you quit really? You want to discard all changes? Yes. Oh wait, I think the quit was the yes, no over there. This is weird. This is so cool. 2, edit an existing drawing. Okay. Enter name of drawing, airplane. All right, here we go. I'm just gonna let this be because I think it's gonna take 3 years to draw. So I'm just gonna walk away, let it do its thing. I'm gonna go get some water again. There it goes.
Belgiumet says 3 years. We always knew you were hopeless optimist, but at least be serious. CHEER 100.
End of line.
And thank you for the 100 bits. Philip, I have done this on an 8 megahertz 8088. You can go look at the 7440 video, the 7470, that's it. Plotter video. I loaded KeyCAD on there. It sucked. Granted, I didn't do any real work on there. Nope, KeyCAD. It literally KEYCAD. There was a different product named KeyCAD. Like that. Will ever do a PCB on DOS? I desperately want to. I have not found the right PCB design package yet. I refuse to do it in AutoCAD because that's not really ECAD or EDA. I want to find something that can export some kind of PCB production files that I can actually convert or upload somewhere. So I have a copy of Protel AutoTrax now that I keep meaning to look into. That might be possible to convert into something more modern. So that's my current leading idea for how to do it, but I haven't put more time into it yet. Sign something in 3D print. I apparently have the 3D modeling extension, but I don't know anything of how to use this. So yeah, I can't say that I'm going to. Oh my God, this is taking forever. Convert my Protel to export to modern Gerber, then look at the manual list of 100 different aperture shapes I need to translate. Yeah, that was the problem. It wasn't Protel. I think you look at PAD's PCB. Protel, I think, is more likely for there to be a software lineage that I could find to up convert, like through commercial packages. Because Protel became Altium eventually. So I mean, I might have to email Dave Jones, who probably has like a current active Altium license, to do it, but I think it might be possible. Shazland, we are currently looking at two sides of a blue rectangle. No, it's a, we're using an IBM PS2 with multiple monitors running AutoCAD R11 and attempting to open a file, and it is, it's not particularly fast. I'm not 100% sure that it is particularly working either, because the hard drive access light is not blinking, but it might be thinking more about what it's already done than trying to do more right now, so who knows. But we're going for the 1988 multi-monitor workstation experience right now. I'm just going to leave it there because I think it'd be more fun to actually see both things pop up. Main difference between Gerber's and the old stuff export, modern one. Modern Gerber's include aperture shaping data, old ones use text file. That sounds familiar. Original Eagle did run on DOS and is now an AutoCAD product. So the real thing is I want to do it on an 8088. I think that's the most fun.
Laura Kuhn says CHEER 100, it's still faster than dealing with Verizon.
End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Pads is still around. Yeah, I do know that it's still around. I don't know. I haven't looked into what it would take to open the files that way. I think the problem is that I couldn't find any intermediate versions, but maybe I need to look a little harder. So here's the deal. If this does not finish loading by the end of stream, when I come in a couple hours early tomorrow, I'm going to reopen this file and then let it go for several hours and see what happens. Because this is not looking good. I guarantee the Unix workstation experience sucks less, but when I find a Unix workstation, I don't just synthesize these computers out of thin air. Oh my God. It's starting the drawing. Oh no. It's so slow. Oh gosh. Oh, this will be fun. Cool. This is like the Sonic image rotation all over again. It's clearly actually working, but it sucks. What did it draw? I mean, I really can't see a whole lot. Oh, it's gonna be a 2D version of a 3D model, I think. It looks like a grid. Oh, man. Here, I'm gonna bring up the video controller on my phone so I can switch it, because I want to sit further back now, because I think this is a more fun shot. Anyone remember what IP that computer is? You guys should know this, right? For sure. Mm-hmm. Yep. History. Mm. Hold on. There we go. Told off for suggesting you might want to just plug them in DNS. Yeah, DNS sucks. Boo. Surely not this. Nope, literally this. This is AutoCAD R11 386. It is meant for exactly this CPU. No, Spies and Mud. This is specifically AutoCAD 386. Is it using the FPU? I assume. Yep, this is multi-monitor. Hold on. $201. I should know that.
NEODRAGON 90 SIZHEER 100.
Rendering an airplane slowly by your command.
Neo Dragon, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, here we go. 10, 20. All right, it already had it in. Okay, so now I can do boom. So yeah, that's multi-monitor. It is the command line for AutoCAD on the right, and then on the left is the high-resolution video card for doing the drawing. And go back to this. So this is what the high-resolution drawing is currently working on. It is super duper cool, yes. This is going a little bit slower than I had anticipated, though. Yeah, something recognizable finally now. It turns out that was the fuselage. I am genuinely unsure why this is so slow. This doesn't seem right. I don't think the computer is actually this slow. Yeah, I know, right, DZ? There's literally no way to tell. Oh, cool. Now just draw the rest of the plane. I did not think it was going to be the whole thing on the left, too. Awesome. If it isn't detecting your FPU, I have no idea how the software part works. So the hardware part of the IBM reference disk does know that it's in there. So, I don't know. Oh, turbo button, not a thing. Open source passenger jet, yeah. Struggling with two monitors, try a single monitor for comparison. So you might actually be onto something. It's possible that having to render 1024 by 768 is making it so slow. But we can see there, it just drew the other half of the plane super fast comparatively. It's doing some kind of intermediate tasks. I was making it slow as all get out. What is my Twitch channel? Tech Tangents. Can you imagine rotating to see a different view? Good news, I'm pretty sure this is not actually 3D. It's a full 3D drawing? Wait, are you sure it's a full 3D drawing? Yeah, I gotta admit, those airfoils don't look particularly good to me. Okay, I'm gonna wait until the mouse cursor is super responsive, and then I'm gonna ask Ben, how do I rotate the model? And we'll see. What if it's super fast once it's all loaded? What if it's so powerful once it's all loaded, we're looking at porting Super Mario 64's decompiled port to AutoCAD 386 with 8514. It's so bad. Oh my God. Did I plug 3D Space Mouse into the USB port? Wait, does it support a Space Mouse? Tell me a PC with no OpenGL can support Mario 64. I have footage on my YouTube channel of a computer not using OpenGL to run Super Mario 64. Or DirectX, yes. In the Tiny Pentium video, you can go see a 3DFX port of Super Mario 64. Dead serious. Can't even get to the end without... We'll have a decomposed PS2 before we'll have anything decompiled. I didn't say we were decompiling the game on here. No, Super Mario 64 has already been decompiled. What is it drawing now? I just literally no idea. Yeah, it hasn't drawn the menu or the cursor yet. So it's still doing something. Talks about the 387, the installation and performance guide. We'll look at that tomorrow. Because, yeah, this is obviously miserable. There's literally no way anyone put up with this. We have something wrong. Yeah, actually, Philip could be onto something, that if it is a 3D model and there's more geometry that it's skipping because it's occluded, we could be here for a little while. When did R11 come out? Well, the copyright date on the VGA display is 91. So that'd be 3 years after this computer. 9 hours isn't that much time, is it? Yeah. DZX, there wasn't a better CPU. I mean, there was a 46, but it's made for the it's made for this CPU. This is not a hardware mismatch. This is correct. The slowest 386? Shh, we don't need to tell them that part. Made for 386 is not what you think, I guess. DZX doesn't know enough about how the processor software encoding works, okay? He doesn't know that 386 just means 386 mode, which would be the same even for a Pentium, okay? Just don't tell him that. How much RAM we working with? 6 megabytes in this case. Oh, look, we have a UI now. Great. Oh, it's got to draw a bunch of dots too, because we needed that, definitely. Mm-hmm, yep, okay. Sanity, they're the ones who put the option in there. And that's time? No, we still don't have a cursor. Oh, wait. Loaded. It shows it. I'm ready to input commands now. Look at it. It's beautiful. Look at that. So we know. Oh, what the heck? Did I just see it change the... Did it change the view? Like instantly? Well, the mouse cursor is, it has currently frozen. C85 is this, it is hardware yeah, is this the hardware acceleration? Yeah, it should be hardware accelerated. So what happened last time was after it finished drawing, it sucked for a little bit, and then the mouse cursor just became, boom, instantly super fast and responsive. Remember growing up with family engineering? Just think about a miserably 8086 versus by comparison. Yeah. Still is slow even nowadays. Don't ask me how I know. Well, you're not supposed to run it on a Chromebook. Do you repaste the CPU? Oh, I forgot to put the cooler on it all. Why didn't they add a progress bar? Because they didn't know when it was done either. Where's the control surfaces? That's a good question. I am assuming it's going to get better in a moment. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm waiting for the mouse cursor to stop lagging as much, and then I want to see if perhaps... It's like even that's pretty horrible. I suspect it's still doing something in the background. Progress bar takes half CPU cycles, yeah. Eventually it'll work. It is super cool. I mean, look at that. That's insane. I don't know if anyone would actually use this, but man, it's impressive to look at. I'm holding out hope right now that it is actually going to get more responsive here. Maybe I'm crazy. You know what? It is more responsive up here now. Okay. I'm going to do something. And I don't know, the action I'm about to take may be the end of this, okay? Because I might have to kill the program after this, okay? I'm gonna do something so wild that it may have to display rotate view. Okay, perfect. That it may have to spend the next 20 minutes redrawing the image again, okay? So let's see what happens when I open a menu and then close the menu. Whoa. Okay. Curious. Wait a minute. Oh, for a brief, glorious second, the cursor was very fast. And now it is fully locked up. So, for the record, image edit, when you open a menu, it overdraws the video memory of the card. Ah, look at that. It's better now. Image edit, wait, did I pan the image or did it pan at some point on its own? Anyway, image edit has to redraw the, I don't see rotate. Display, rotate, M-view? Viewpoint. Oh, whoops. Well, now we're going to find out what M-view is. So it's clearly doing some kind of memory paging. Viewpoint allows you to specify 3D viewpoint vectors. Okay. Hopefully it cached vertices. I mean, it's got enough memory. Okay, I got no idea what M-view did. Multi-view? Oh. Well, that was fun. Okay. And on that bombshell. Hey, it works. Tomorrow we'll see if we can make it actually do something. Because I would like to see it do more than just open it and display it. I want to be able to run some kind of command over here so that I can demonstrate it actually doing something, because if it wasn't locked up from me issuing a thing, I should in theory be able to issue commands over here and have them respond over there. We have not yet done that. So there is more to this that we need to do still. Unfortunately, I have to learn some AutoCAD command stuff. So that's gonna be fun. Oh, command tile mode. That's gonna be great. I love that. Well, that is going to be it for today, but before I wrap things up, oh, look, there it goes again. Cool. Oh, look, it wiped the image. Delightful. Regenerating drawing. Fun. Why is it so slow? Anyway, if you want to watch a video with this computer, but none of this nonsense, the scanner video on the IBM 3119 is now live on the main channel. So if you want to see me have different slow, horrific experiences with this computer, go check that out. But for now, we're gonna have to wrap this up. Well, that is it for today for the IBM PS2 Model 70 running multiple monitors. We actually did it. That worked. However, I got some stuff to figure out. So we'll come back to this tomorrow, and with a fresh set of hours to burn on this, we'll see what we can do. But that is going to be it for now. So if you enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that's it for now, and I definitely gracefully shut down the computer. Don't worry about anything at all, and I will see you next time.